It's in there, right? Oh, no, cover there. Because you got volume.
Why is gonna happen?
Made to Goniwe and others.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mhlauli. Mhlauli, this morning we are going to proceed with the evidence of Mr. Stemit, who is going to testify via a video link. My learned colleague, Advocate, the witness in Cape Town, and the links have been created for parties who are not present in court this morning. Mhlauli, my learned friends from TDH, as they prepared a exhibit L6 for Mr. Stemit, which they've had left on your bench, Mhlauli, that the parties will be referred to, as well as the presented to us, that was provided to us. Mhlauli, attached to Mr. Stemit's affidavit of James Galvin, which is in Afrikaans. It was yesterday that Mr. van der Walt provided us with a translation. There's only one translation. There's only one part was in disagreement with. That is in paragraph 10. Mhlauli, the translation, we are just making a copy, which we will provide to you. So,
Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Okay.
it's in paragraph 10, which says, the last part, which says permanently removed from the Cradock community. If one looks at the Afrikaans version, it actually says Cradock, I should say society, not community. That is the only aspect that needed correction. I will then hand over to my learned colleagues.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hunis. Are you with us?
Good morning, my lady. Mr. Adam Stemit, and he is ready and prepared to take the oath.
If Mr. Stemit can place his full names for the record purposes.
Student Adamus Paulus Stemit.
Do you have any objection to taking an oath?
But no objection to take.
Do you consider the oath as? Please swear that the evidence you are about to give will be nothing else but the truth, and raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Thank you. Yes, Mr. Hunis.
My lady, we can't see you. We would prefer to be able to see you. Is that possible?
Can someone attend to that, please?
I don't think it's possible because it's either a choice of them or the broadcasting services.
Vernon, can you just take an off spotlight for everyone? Maybe the speaker will then come up and the cameras will show.
Okay. I think that's being attended to. We can hold on for a short while. Is Mr. Stemit's statement amongst this document?
Mr. Stemit's statement will be on the, if you look at the index, it will be number 4. So his statement will proceed from page 127 to 139. It's marked extract from volume M.
Okay. We're looking for specific reference to a statement. Are we succeeding or are we still trying? All right.
seems you have lost internet connection, so we need to put all tries to go.
My lady, it seems to we have lost the internet connection. And they're not sure how long it'll be. Maybe we should just.
If nothing would happen with the removal of cables and all that.
They just call the IT person to help us.
Okay, go to the gentleman.
great about to cross-examine or ask questions about.
Just try again. You faded towards the end.
Yes, the last information that I conveyed is that Mr. Stemit's hearing is also impaired. If my colleagues who will be asking him questions will bear that in mind and speak loudly when they do. I would like to explain to your ladyship the arrangement where we are. To the left is my instructing attorney, Mr. Christy van der Walt, and he is responsible for the logistics. At the moment, Mr. Stemit is sitting to my right. I will be reading the statement of annexes. Can your ladyship hear me?
Yeah, I think we can hear that you are going to read the statement. But unfortunately, the sound keeps on fading. But
Yeah.
you indicated that you will be reading the statement, and that's in order in view of Mr. Stemit's impaired eyesight.
Thank you, my lady. If there are distortions, I will stop speaking, my lady. But for now, I'm going to read the statement into the record, subsequent to which I shall ask Mr. Stemit whether this is the truth. I, the undersigned, Adamus Paulus Stemit, do hereby make oath and say, under any personal particular capacity, I am an 89-year-old male pensioner, currently residing in Durbanville, Western Cape. My identity number is 370-226-5083-087. Although my general health is good, I have physical limitations regarding my mobility and my sight is very limited. I am unable to read without specific assistance. Consequently, I deliver this testimony primarily from memory, which remains consistent with the voluntary testimony I provided during the 1993 inquest, open brackets, the Zitsman inquiry, closed brackets. I'm a career civil servant with a professional history spanning over 35 years. I began my service on 15 December 1954 in the Department of Justice, serving as the state prosecutor and magistrate in various jurisdictions, including Weidenberg and Port Elizabeth. I was transferred to the head office of the Department of Justice, open brackets, legal planning, close brackets, in 1964, and was promoted to the Department of Prime Minister as Deputy Head of the Branch of National Security, which later became the Secretariat of the State Security Council, brackets SSRC/SSBR in 1980. Allow me to pause to point out to your ladyship that subsequently in this affidavit, may I first say, my lady, your ladyship knows that we came on board on Friday.
Yes.
And we worked under severe pressure and had actually left Cape Town when this affidavit was proposed. And with your permission, I'll be correcting mistakes that still appear. And for the moment, I would like to point out that subsequent to this abbreviation, the Afrikaans version frequently used SSBR instead of SSRC. Following the commencement of executive presidency in 1984, I served in the office of the state president until my retirement on 30 November 1990. Parallel to my civilian career, I served in the citizen force, eventually attaining the rank of major and retired, and the was that is in the hard copy should be had, appointed honorary colonel. I saw service in Angola and a year later acted as commander of armor for the division. Heading number 2, the role of the SSC as the SS brackets SSR, close bracket. The function of the SSC and SSC are summarized and enclosed as annexures AS1 and AS2 respectively. It is presumed that the court is informed of the non-executive nature of the SSC, working committee singularly in the hard copy version should be plural, SSSC and organs of the security management, right down to the joint management system, sub-joint management system, and mini-joint management. I wish to emphasize strict distinction between the administrative coordinating functions of the SSRC and the operational executive function of the security police, brackets SAP, close brackets, and military-like functions. The SSRC functions as a quote-unquote clearinghouse for interdepartmental conflict. It lacks the machinery, mandates, and equipment to carry out physical operations such as arrest or elimination. Our duties were at all times performed bona fide and in the furtherance of the state's administrative government. Executive functions were always the sole responsibility of the government department. The security management system is only coordinated between departments. During 1985, I was the head of Strategic Communications Branch, STATCOM, and also in cooperation with the Commission for Administration, responsible for training in state security matters of government employees. During 1985, we, and the Department of Education training, the house in neighboring buildings. We therefore came to know one another sufficiently. Among others, we often saw and spoke with Mr. Sparrow, brackets deputy brackets, and his colleague, Mr. Kock. 3. Events in the Eastern Cape. At the time during 1985, close brackets, the Eastern Cape was in turmoil. Uprisings and protests. The news regularly reported on these events. Mr. Stemit told us that, due to a shortage of teachers, he was keen to reappoint certain teachers from Calata, but that the security police objected. Problem did not fall within my area of responsibility. Communications between the regional joint management centers, JMC, close brackets, such as the Eastern Province JMC, that is O3, -GPS, close brackets, and the SSRC Victoria, followed rigid administrative protocols. Top secret, quote-unquote, that signals were transmitted via military channels to Army headquarters and couriered to our office. On receipt, every classified document was required to be processed by the registry division, logged and assigned sequential reference number. 4. The Joint Security Council. During 1985/1986, the country was in crisis, and the Joint Security Council, JSC, under the instruction from the President, under the instruction from the President, met early every morning to review the events of the previous day and night and to make recommendations regarding action to be taken. At one such meeting, which I attended together with General van Rensburg of the SSBR, Mr. Sparrow presented his problem. He wished to permanently reappoint some of the teachers who had previously been dismissed due to activist activity. I recall the names of Goniwe and Calata. However, the security police objected. Sparrow was of the opinion that the security police would never agree to their reappointment in Cradock. They would therefore have to be removed from the Cradock community and appointed elsewhere, particularly in small towns in the Karoo. Towns such as Willamore and Galvin were mentioned. The security police reportedly also object to this. Cradock requested the assistance of the JSC. After a brief debate, the JSC requested that the SSVR act as a facilitator between the two departments, as we had previously had success with this approach. General van Rensburg and I decided that Lieutenant General Gqeberha of the SSVR would lead the facilitation committee. The SSVR was occasionally used, apparently due to its interdepartmental composition, to facilitate in disputes between government departments. The file containing the signal regarding their permanent removal from society was also marked out to me. Brackets, the signal is discussed herein below, close bracket. The reason for this being that the training division fell under my authority. Officials of the South African Defence Force were notorious for their forceful and sometimes crude language. Words such as, quote, unquote, remove, quote, unquote, eliminate, quote, unquote, destroy, etc. were frequently used. I instructed that this be addressed in all training courses. The signal was formulated by a military officer, Colonel Barend du Plessis, in the usual dramatic and exaggerated language. I firmly reject the assertion that an official, bracket such as General van Rensburg, close bracket, was entitled to personally destroy a quote-unquote top secret record in a private shredder. Under the National Intelligence Service, brackets NIS, close brackets, protocols, such documents belong to the system. Unauthorized destruction was a punishable offense. I was of the opinion that it was illegal to destroy any classified document, and when I was, and the hard copy reads, opposed, the word should be approached. I had discussions with the chief archivist and his senior staff who confirmed my view. They advised me to put an embargo of 30 years on top secret documents, but to store it in locked trunks at the archives. I wrote a letter to this effect to National Intelligence. Years later, I was accused, before a committee of the PRC, of destroying all the documents regarding the Eastern Cape JMC. I still had a copy of my letter to National Intelligence. I could also prove that the quote-unquote missing documents were actually handed in at the Zitzman inquest. 5. The Goniwe matter and the Galvin task group. In June 1985, my involvement with the Matthew Goniwe matter was limited to administrative efforts regarding his potential reappointment as a teacher to stabilize local schools. On 13 June 1985, I signed SATCOM guidelines, quote unquote that, intended to manage public perception. There were formal administrative directives and were entirely disconnected from my Operational Security Act. An administrative task group was formally constituted under Lieutenant General Gqeberha. These proceedings were specifically focused on evaluating the strategic feasibility of reappointing Goniwe to end school boycott. This was the formal, recognized structure for resolving the matter. The committee met in a small conference room adjacent to my office. On one occasion, during a short adjournment, General Galvin looked into my office looked in at my office and said that his committee was 95% of the way towards a final solution. Shortly thereafter, I was informed of the murders of Paul. We were deeply disappointed. The sixth, this June 7 signal, brackets, quote, S signal, unquote, close brackets. I'm aware of the signal dated 7 June 1985 from the OP-GBS to the SSRC, proposing that Goniwe and others be, quote, permanently removed from society, unquote. This signal reached the SSRC
We've lost the signal again.
According to our technicians, it seems that we have signal. I'm just messaging Mr. Fadabat, asking to check on the side what issue I have. May I be excused? I just give him a call to see what's up with this situation. Unfortunately, Your Worship, Mr. Vanderwalt is ignoring my calls.
Report?
I don't have advocate Genesis.
Vanderwalt is classing me.
I will. Maybe you still have. Maybe that is fine. That's fine.
As long as it is, it's not, maybe
Normal.
Jocko van der Westhuizen sought clarification on the term, quote, permanently removed from society, unquote. Provided in Galvin's presence was that the individual should be removed and relocated in the same manner as Winnie Mandela was removed from Soweto and relocated to Brandfort. I was not present at the date, time or place when the, quote, Cradock Four were killed, nor did I participate. I explicitly distanced myself from the former police member. As a former public prosecutor, I feel that criminal acts should be prosecuted. My defense relies on the fact that my actions were limited to lawful administrative coordination. Conclusion. The SSRC was administratively seized with the Goniwe matter for the purpose of resolving an educational matter. Any operational deviation occurred outside of my knowledge and authority. The quote loss of an unauthorized destruction of the June 7 signal constitutes a breach of the administrative protocols that govern our secretariat. My lady, I'm now going to continue and read into the record the affidavit by James Galvin, which is Annexure AS3 to this and to the record, and was deposed to according to the second page thereof on 13th August 2020, and I'll read the official intelligence translation thereof, and I confirm my acceptance of the only one amendment proposed by my learned colleague for the state at the outset of today's proceeding.
Yes, you can.
I, the undersigned, James Galvin, ID number 3712115052083, hereby declare under oath as follows. I am an adult male pensioner residing at 19 Appledorp Street, Uitzicht Estate, Durbanville. The contents of this affidavit fall within my personal knowledge, unless the contrary appears herein and are true and correct. From May 1983 until June 1986, I was the regional head of the National Intelligence Service in Port Elizabeth. It was one of my duties to attend the Eastern Cape Management Center, JC at the military base, Port Elizabeth, once a month. Sometimes this was every week or once a month, depending on the high frequency of the unrest. All the heads of the State Department had to attend the JMC. During that period, the unrest in Uitenhage, Cradock, Somerset East and surrounding areas was at its worst, and the SA police did everything in their power to bring the wave of unrest under control. But as a result of excitement by the ANC and other activists and organizations, this was almost impossible. The security was set high on the agenda of every JMC meeting. At a meeting of the EP-JMC held around June 1985, the security situation began. Two names in particular were then highlighted who were connected to a black school in Cradock and in the region, namely Fort Calata and Matthew Goniwe. The regional head of education and training, a doctor, brackets I unfortunately cannot remember his surname, close brackets, introduced the discussion and at the end submitted the proposal that the two teachers must be permanently removed from the Cradock community. A question by the chairperson, Brigadier Joffel van der Westhuizen, as to what is meant by, quote, permanently removed from the community, unquote, He answered, quote, Justice Winnie Mandela was permanently removed from Soweto at the time and moved to Brandfort in the Free State, unquote. The regional head further explained that the teachers in question had to be redeployed to different schools, far from Cradock. At later meetings, 2 more names were added, which then became known as the Cradock Four. The secretary of the JMC, Colonel Barend du Plessis, undertook to forward the recommendation by the regional head of education and training to the State Security Council, brackets SSC, close brackets, without delay. There was never, during any meeting, especially not the one where the recommendation was made by the regional head of education and training, any mention of killing, full stop, unquote. If I may now proceed to put questions to Mr. Stemit, I'll be indebted to your ladyship.
Yes, you may proceed to do so.
Mr. Stemit, do you confirm that the first document I read was an affidavit proposed to by you, and that to the best of your knowledge and belief, the information contained therein is correct?
Yes.
The annexure to which I've read most recently, do you confirm that to the best of your knowledge and belief, it was one deposed to by James Galvin?
Yes.
I will ask you a few more questions about this affidavit in a short while, but I would like to refer you, my lady, to a document which your ladyship numbered L6, volume H of the record, pages 444 to 445. LC 32.
Okay, can you proceed?
My lady, this is in Afrikaans. I'm happy to read Afrikaans and translate as I go to save time. Subject to us submitting a translated version subsequent to today's proceedings. Would that be in order?
Yes, that would be in order.
Just to facilitate an understanding of the matter. This is, on the face of it, a letter dated 13 June 1985, and it is addressed to Brigadier P.J. Geldenhuys, and its origin is described as HTSK. And the heading reads, STATCOM Guidelines, Appointment of Mr. M. Goniwe as principal at the Zan Kalile High School at Cradock 1. In lyn met die SSRC die volgende STATCOM riglyne voorgelê. In line with the SSRC Working Committee regarding the appointment of Mr. Goniwe as principal at Cradock, the following STATCOM guidelines are submitted. A. Appointment. The appointment of Mr. Goniwe must take place in accordance with education and training directives. The post will therefore be advertised. Applications would have to be submitted according to the normal procedure. If necessary, a personal interview with candidates can be requested for departmental courses. Since Mr. Goniwe has been out of formal education for a considerable time, it will be required of him to undergo the necessary prescribed departmental in accordance with the commencement date of the motivating course. Action in respect of Mr. Goniwe's UDF activities must proceed, but must be treated with circumspection. There will have to be looked at restrictive measures, brackets covert, to control these outdoor activities meaningfully and effectively and meaningfully. Community involvement. If Mr. Goniwe, after a reasonable time, discloses a positive attitude by way of his actions, it is intended to promote his community involvement to an increasing extent. Brackets, joint monitoring actions by the education and training and cooperation and development. Handling of the media, national. All press releases must be issued by Education and Training's the Division of Communication. The TSK will provide the necessary inputs in consultation with Education and Training. We must be on the lookout for or guarded against sensational statements and contradictions. The specific announcement must be made in consultation with OPGBS, in coordinated with them, since ComCom actions are being planned against the UDF and locally affiliated organizations and persons. Officials of education and training and constitutional cooperation and development must be fully informed regarding the appointment of Mr. Goniwe. No communication with the press must happen or occur at local level. All reports in media regarding Mr. Goniwe's appointment must be monitored with a view to effective counter. All coordinating actions on local level must take place through the GBS. That's the end of the letter. It is signed by the Chief, Branch Strategic Top Secret. Now the question is, you have heard who was the Chief of the Branch Strategic Communication at the time?
I was at that stage, but I must say I can't remember this letter at all, except to say that we were in favor of the reappointment of Goniwe and Calata.
So would that letter then be in accordance with the position of your division?
Yes, but it's obvious that that was an interdepartmental letter. You could see the composition of it. It was not written by one instance. So that must have been an agreement between departments.
But communicated by you?
Communicated by us, organized by us, that was our job.
Thank you. Now, I would like you to explain to Her Ladyship how you came by the affidavit of Mr. James Galvin.
As I've said, I did not know Mr. Galvin. I met him once when I met JC at but I don't know him, and I know that he was transferred to Pretoria to the head of national intelligence. And years later, many years later, he became the chief of the office in Cape Town. And after his appointment, we became friends. And whilst the two of us were sitting together one day, Mr. Barend du Plessis, the ex-minister, phoned me. That was years ago, I think about 6 years ago. And he said that this matter is being raised again, and he is involved. He laughed and he said that the policeman with the same name is actually the guilty person. But in any case, he was going to give evidence. Galvin was sitting with me, and the phone was open, and he asked Du Plessis about this matter. And when Du Plessis told him what his position was, and he said that as minister or deputy minister, I can't remember the country, of training, education and training, he had to sign often decided on what was going to happen to young teachers who made those pregnant. And he always had to transfer them to another school because they could never be used in the same school and especially and in the same area again. Galvin then said, and he mentioned the sickness. So Galvin then said, but I know this, I was there. I was in the meeting when it happened. So I was surprised, and so was Du Plessis. And then Du Plessis asked him, is it really true? He said, yes, I was there, and Dr. somebody, I forget his name, he, from education and training, he raised the matter and he suggested what is going to happen. And he said, he told Du Plessis, I'll give you an affidavit about it. And that was it. But that was a discussion between them. But about 2 or 3 years later, he spoke to me again and he said that, you know...
Sorry, who spoke to you again?
Pardon?
Who spoke to you again?
Galvin. He said that I've spoken to Du Plessis again because Du Plessis moved from one place to the other to change his telephone numbers and so on. And Galvin phoned him or he phoned Galvin, and then, excuse me, I'm sorry,
That's okay.
I'm just struggling to get my...
Take your time, clear your throat. The ladyship has lots of patience in my experience.
And he said that he was surprised when...
Water nearby? You can drink some water, that may help.
So, Galvin said that he was surprised after about 3 years when he spoke to Du Plessis about this affidavit. Du Plessis said that he couldn't remember it. And he said that he was ill and he lost his memory. And Galvin spoke to me and said that he was surprised that Du Plessis did not remember it. But some months ago, Galvin became very, very ill. And then he sent me this document with a note. Perhaps you will need it one day. And then afterwards he died. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My lady, thank you for it. I have no further questions.
Yeah, the other parties will direct questions to you then, Mr. Stemit, if you can answer those questions.
My lady, can we swap chairs so that Mr. Stemit is directly in the line of sight. I'll be sitting on his right hand. He will sit where I'm sitting now.
Yes.
Mr. Stemit? My apologies, my apologies.
Yes, Mr. Court.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Stemit, I'm interested in this Galvin affidavit. When did he pass away?
Galvin passed away on the 26th of September last year.
And you say that he gave the affidavit to you in 2020, or is that when the affidavit was made?
When was the affidavit given to you? Was when the affidavit was made, or when?
No, months before his death.
Sorry,
I can't remember him. I cannot remember whether he gave me one long ago. Because I was not involved in the matter. So I can't remember, but I remember that a few months before his death, he gave me a copy.
Can you remember when you were approached by the investigating officer, Colonel Gqeberha, about this matter?
I didn't hear that question. Can I repeat it, please?
Remember when the investigating officer, Colonel Gqeberha, approached you regarding this matter?
Yes, Colonel Gqeberha phoned me about 6 years ago.
Yes.
And he kept on phoning every few months. And eventually I asked, a few months ago when he phoned me again, I said I'm not going to make a statement because I gave evidence for 2 days at the Sicelo inquest, and everything was there. And so it's not that I didn't regard this and make a statement again, to repeat again what I said. So eventually he asked me, he told me that it was not him putting pressure on me for an affidavit, but it was the court.
Were you already in possession of that Galvin affidavit at the time?
I don't know, a lady, because Colonel Gqeberha phoned me many times. I can't remember exactly between which call I received the statement.
Yes.
I just remind my learned friend, that whether or not he got, on a previous occasion he got a letter, but that he got the letter and that he knows very shortly before Mr. Galvin died.
Yes, thank you for that, but surely it should be possible to estimate more or less when you had the statement.
That is very difficult for me to say, because he found about every 2-3 months.
Was it this?
For years.
Can we?
I think the last time he phoned me, one thing is the statement by Galvin.
The last time he called you, you had the statement.
Yeah, that was not long ago. That was a few months ago, 2-3 months ago.
Yes. Now, my question is just, since you are a former prosecutor, and you state, in your affidavit that since you had been a former prosecutor, it should be part of your duties to assist the court in investigating this matter. If you did have provided to Gqeberha.
Yeah, but that statement was not made for me, it was made for Du Plessis.
Yes, it was made for Du Plessis, but you have now attached it to your affidavit.
The witness cannot remember whether or not he had the statement by the witness during when the last conversation between him and Colonel Gqeberha took place. He doesn't know.
Yes, I think the witness said later when he called, that is Colonel Gqeberha called, he already had the statement.
Indeed, Mhlauli.
He was definitely not definitive in that regard, but even I will let it go.
So can you please ask the question? Why
didn't you give it to Gqeberha if you someone who
Gqeberha wanted the statement from me. I couldn't, and still can't see how Galvin came into the matter. He wanted a statement to me about what happened to the signal. And I did not think it was a duty of me to hand that statement to anybody. Except when I was not to be here, then I decided to attach it to my affidavit.
Yes. Now, did you ask James Galvin whether he had testified at the 6-month inquest?
No. He said he told the chief that that's the station at the office. He did not follow this one.
Just repeat that, we couldn't quite hear what you are saying, Mr. Stemit.
The witness said that he was stationed at head office and he did not follow the 6-month inquest.
No, according to Mr. Galvin, according to him, did he inform him whether or not he had testified during the 6-month inquest?
No, Galvin said he did not follow. He did not follow the inquest led by Zitzman.
So your answer then to my question is that he did not testify at the 6-month inquest.
The answer is that he did not testify at the 6-month inquest. That's not the answer. The answer is that he did not follow the 6-month.
Yes, but
May I get to
I don't know whether he testified at this one, but I don't think so, because he said he was not involved at all. He did not follow it. He was in the head office. He had other duties than those who had that possibility.
very crucial and important evidence at the 6-month inquest.
But when was the affidavit deposed to Mr. Courtman?
That affidavit of James Galvin.
My lady, unfortunately, we can't ask that question to Galvin now.
Yes, you probably right. But I'm just trying, I have to, in fairness, point it out to you. Because Galvin sets out the circumstances under which the signal had originated. Is that not correct?
But I would have been glad to have this one.
You would have been glad if he had testified.
If he then testified,
Yes,
because that would have proved what I said about straight on the appointment.
yes, because we have also gone through the record and there's no reference to James Galvin.
Is there a question there, Mhlauli?
That is the question.
What is the question? Is the question?
I say it would have helped a lot. I agree with you, my if he testified at this one, but I would really like an answer from him now why he did not testify. But that doesn't matter. His affidavit had to be. See, I just heard what he was saying, but I was not involved in it.
Yes. You will just give me 1 minute, please. Because in your affidavit, at paragraph 7.4, you yourself state the following: with specific reference to the content of that signal, Galvin provides crucial context regarding its administrative interpretation. And then you go on to say that he testifies that he was personally present when the chairperson, Brigadier Joffel van der Westhuizen, sought clarification on the term permanently removed from society. The response provided in Galvin's presence was that individuals should be removed and relocated in the same manner as Winnie Mandela was removed from Soweto and relocated to Brandford. Now, the difficulty is that nowhere in the record of the Zitzman inquest, in that evidence that was laid there, does this appear? That Brigadier van der Westhuizen had explained in the presence of Galvin that those individuals should be removed and relocated in the same manner as Winnie Mandela was removed from Soweto and relocated to Brandford. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
And that would have provided crucial context to the interpretation of that signal, or to the interpretation of what Brigadier van der Westhuizen had said. Do you agree
I
with
agree
me?
with you.
Yes, yes.
I agree with you, man. It would have been very, very good if he came to the fore in 1993 and gave that evidence. And that would have proved the upstraight of statements to us.
And are you aware that in the findings of Judge Zitzman, he made it clear that the evidence regarding the signal was wholly unsatisfactory?
I disagree with the judge.
Yes, you testified at the Zitzman inquest. Is that correct?
Yes, I testified for 2 days.
Yes. I in fact looked at your at the witness evidence appears from page 397 to 605. And so spans about 208 pages of the record. Now, and I just want to read to you from the findings of Judge Zietsman. The following at page 6845, Judge Zietsman says the following, and it's in the middle of the page, and it's a one-sentence paragraph. He says the evidence surrounding the signal is in practically every important respect unsatisfactory. Do you now understand what I'm saying?
No indication that the witness didn't understand what Marlene. Maybe my problem was that I did not have counsel at that meeting. I was called there at short notice, and I thought I was going to give evidence on technical matters like files moving, documents moving, and so on. Eventually, I had to give evidence for 2 days.
Yes.
And obviously, I do not agree with this finding, because I still believe what Jaap Strydom and Sir Mark told me about the reappointment of those people.
And also just put it to just to shorten proceedings, that the accepted facts in the Zietsman inquest was to the effect that after a telephone call between Brigadier Joffel van der Westhuizen and Major General van Rensburg, Brigadier van der Westhuizen approached Colonel Barend du Plessis and instructed him to write that signal. So those are the circumstances of the origin of that signal, in short.
It was an accepted fact at the Zietsman inquiry. One was the other. The opposite was
Yeah, I agree. Lawrence was instructed to write a letter because Lawrence de Plessis was secretary of the joint management. I hated type of language military use. Like, so I can say it in Afrikaans, Calata, oordryven, and things like that. And that is exactly what Mr. de Plessis did, and that is, as I testified before, why it was marked out to me that he sent it through to the training section. If Barend du Plessis was not so dramatic, and if he wrote the full recommendation, we removed from community of Cradock, not permanent from the samenlewing, removed permanent from but he obviously being dramatic left out of Cradock. That was typical. I've seen many documents of other military, and that was typical of the military. That is what I object against.
You see, I have another difficulty with the Galvin affidavit. For instance, in if I can just highlight one point. In paragraph 9 of the affidavit, starts off by saying two names in particular were then highlighted who were connected to a black school in Cradock and in the region, namely Fort Calata and Matthew Goniwe. So in paragraph 2, it is then indicated that there was a proposal that two teachers must be permanently removed from the Cradock community.
That is right, and that is exactly what Jaap Strydom told me, what his intention was. He had to appoint him permanently because matters like pension and medical assistance and medical schemes and so on, if they were permanently appointed. So he had to give them permanent appointments in the education department, but he wanted to put them at small places. I think in Ireland, some other place, small town.
Is there a problem, Mr. President?
Yeah, there's a problem with there's an internet problem.
Yeah, that's why they can't see us.
But it's just a question of they can't see us. They can hear us. They're happy to just follow us and not see us.
Mr. Inquest, would you be happy with that? I understand you can't see the court.
Yeah, we are happy to proceed, my lady. Your ladyship knows that I represent an 89-year-old gentleman who is making a very special effort to assist you. I think we should carry on.
Yes, no problem.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Stemit.
Okay, before you proceed, Mr.
Yes,
President, I'm rather concerned that you seem to be questioning the witness on an affidavit that was deposed to by someone else.
Yes,
Yes, you want to juxtapose that with what he has said, but just questioning the witness on what someone else is deposed to.
But Mhlauli, I have to point out aspects in the affidavit
Can you answer for Mr. Barend?
Well, he can comment on, or if he says, if he can't comment, he must just say he can't comment.
With respect, I respectfully agree with your ladyship. He has explained how he got by this affidavit. He is not accountable for the contents thereof. He accepts it as face value and he provides it to the commission.
Yes, can I proceed, my lord? Well, I just want to point out the further aspect I referred to earlier.
Of what Mr. Galvin has stated?
Yes, ma'am, in his affidavit. And he can say, he has no comment on it.
Okay, you can carry on, but I don't see what purpose that will
Yes, thank you.
will serve if it's not an affidavit opposed to Galvin.
Yes, thank you. In paragraph 12, paragraph 12, Mr. Stemit, the second sentence there says, at later meetings, 2 more names were added, which then became known as the Cradock Four. And we know that the signal only referred to 3 persons, not 4 persons. I'm sure you cannot comment to that.
As far as I know, it was 4 persons. The 2 names were especially mentioned, Calata and the Sparrow said, one of them or both of them were mathematics teachers.
Why do you say those?
That type of teaching is very, very scarce. That was Sparrow's attitude.
Yeah, but why do you say there were 4 persons?
The witness hasn't said that. It's Mr. Galvin who said that.
Yes, Mr. Kock.
My apologies, Mhlauli, that was all. The quarrel is very different. Mr. Stemit, you saw the signal yourself too. Is that correct?
Say again? You saw the signal yourself too. It was the signal, the signal.
That was the procedure.
The signal.
Yes, it was marked out to me, as I said. I was in charge of education, training, and that was right to me.
How many persons were mentioned in the signal?
I can't. I think 4.
You think 4?
Yeah, I think so. I can't remember.
Just to come back to when Colonel Gqeberha contacted you, why did you not tell Colonel Gqeberha to speak to Galvin?
Maybe Colonel Gqeberha told me to obtain a statement from me for this contents of a statement I didn't even make. So we never discussed anything about he just wanted a statement from me.
Thank you, Mhlauli. It's tea time. My evidence, my line of questioning will take about 40 minutes. I was wondering if I could ask for a short adjournment and maybe we could go right through up until we break for lunch and then Mr. Barney.
A short comfort break.
Thank you, Mhlauli.
For 10 minutes.
contained 2 names and which document contained 4 names.
Yes.
Regarding the teachers, I think they were math teachers. The other 2.
Yes. That is where I want to get to. Because the stigma. So how could he be transferred?
He was not a teacher, how could he be transferred?
I don't know.
And then the second part was in fact Mr. Mhlauli, who was not even teaching in, he was from the Sunday.
I don't know who were teachers and who were not. I presume that Calata and Goniwe were teachers or not, I don't know.
But you now understand, my difficulty meant that these persons should be transferred as teachers to some other town.
I don't know to whom they must have referred to.
Yes, Ms.
Thank you, my lady. Is it afternoon? Yeah. So, my lady, it's from the following bundles, Volume B2 and the Volume G declassified documents. For each document, I believe Mr. Galvin introduced the Volume L6 bundle that was handed up today. For ease of reference, I will also reference those pages so that everyone else can follow. Thank you. So, Mr. Stemit, in 1985, you were head of branch strategic communication. Thank you. And because of that position, you were asked to explain various minutes and other documents in light of the security and national security management.
Can I let me just clarify when? Mr.
The Zietsman Commission. So before the Zietsman Sure, you just confirmed you were asked to explain the various minutes and other documents before the Zietsman management system. That was the reason why you were called before the Zietsman inquest. Then, yes, thank you. If we could which is volume L6, which is the bundle that was handed up this morning, at page 11, please. And this is your 1990 submitted before the Zietsman inquest. The original reference of it would, but in the bundle before us now, it would be at page 11 of volume L6. Are you there, my lady?
Yes, this is good.
Financial assistance. We've got it as a relevant statement in front of us. And
Oh, great.
You can just read it.
Thank you.
what is the question?
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry. Of that statement. You say that the Eastern Province Joint Management Center was the principal body through which the system functioned at regional level. Is that correct?
Okay, the principal organs have regional was a management system.
That's right.
Affidavit, you say that and where matters could not be resolved, the state they would be. Is that correct?
Well, it's not the state security council, it's the Canada state security.
The State Security Secretariat. Can we go?
So if I may just insist by the authority, it does not say the state security to solve problems and to provide advice. That's what it is.
Okay, thank you. Then, Youth Management Center, the school situation was a matter of concern, and there were often discussions about it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then we go to paragraph 7, where you say that the decision to
Yes, Mr.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, we were relying on unofficial translations. Okay. The Secretariat of the State Security Council concerning Mr. Goniwe, as recorded in paragraph 26 of the Eastern Province JMC meeting of 23 May 1985. And that this was the standard communication practice. Is that correct? Okay. Let's turn to those of L6. So, at paragraph 26 of those minutes, there's a recommendation recommendation that a signal Sure.
What did you say?
So it's got 26. Is made that a signal be sent to the SSVR, which is the Secretariat, be conveyed to relevant ministers. Is that correct?
A signal will be sent to the Secretariat of the Secretary Council, which must also be passed on.
Thank you. That recommendation was that Mr. Goniwe and Mr. Calata should never again be appointed. We're still at paragraph 26.
And Stephen gets Nathan Paul, Matthew Goniwe and Paul never be appointed again.
That is what James said. I can see it here.
Is it correct that by 23 May 1985, the Eastern Province Joint Management Center had already formally recommended through that Mr. Goniwe and Mr. Calata should never be reappointed?
That is correct. That is what the minutes say, but in the meantime, Mr. Jaap Steven had other views. He was from the head office, and he had other views. He wanted to appoint you.
Thank you. Thank you. Those very same minutes. Demand that Matthew Goniwe and Calata be reappointed. Is that correct? 27.
At Sparrow.
That is what I can see.
So, is it correct that the issue of Mr. Goniwe and Mr. Calata's reappointment was already the security management system by 23 May?
As I mentioned before in my book, he had a great and he showed us that
But do you confirm or do you accept that the was already a contentious issue by 23 made. I mean, that's the question. I understand you were conferring with Mr. Slater, but that wasn't the question. We go back to paragraph 8. You'll find that on page 8 of your affidavit. You say that at the meeting of the Security Council Action Committee on 6 June 1985, Mr. Straydon reported on his engagement with Mr. Goniwe and the situation in Cradock. Is that correct? That after that, the matter was referred to a committee and correct?
That's right.
Thank you. 1985, you'll find that at page 90 of L6. Okay. So, thank you. I haven't asked it yet. I'm going to. First, I'm just going to summarize paragraph 2.1.
What page?
Page 90 of L6.
And you got the page?
I'm not going to read it. I'm going to paraphrase it. Sorry. Unpaginated page 90. Are you there?
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So 2.1 records that at a JMC meeting under Deputy Minister Flock on 6 June 1985, a special committee of the Secretary was appointed to investigate the matter of Mr. Goniwe's reappointment and to make recommendations. Do you agree that that's
Senior intelligent people, they were not part of the national security management system. That was a body that, on orders of the president, at that stage, make recommendation. Because usually instead of protecting not they referred the matter to us, and then granted action. What action should, as a result of what happened the previous night on the president changed it, appointed the deputy minister. Please.
Mr. Stemit, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I was struggling to hear you. I don't know if you could maybe break it down.
I say that this committee, usually the second in command of the intelligence department, that's National Intelligence, Police, Foreign Affairs, opted as a member, and later on General Barend du Plessis. And we did not meet regularly, but at that stage was burning, and we had instructions from the President, to meet every day and every morning early. He wanted to be security report and suggestion action. That was just.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, here comes my question. Now, mentioned in paragraph 2.1 of this memorandum, your 1992 November affidavit. Paragraph, okay, it's page 11 of the bundle. This is where you say that at a meeting of the committee reported on his engagement with Mr. Goniwe and the situation in Cradock. And thereafter, that the matter was referred to a committee under the leadership of the Secretariat State Security Council.
As a consequence, under
The borders were closed. They called it knoopakjes. That meant that nothing went through, nothing his fuel, his seed, everything was stopped. And on their side, they kept out a lot of things. So they had a position, another position wanted somewhere to be stopped, and then they opened Rhodesia and Galvin too. The railways wanted there, all of that, and going on. And so on. And the police wanted people to let from, and they refused. On the other hand, the farmers wanted to operate equality across the board. Foreign affairs wanted to cross the board. Funding the people, they said that the economy does not have any boundaries.
Mr. Senator, I don't want to interrupt you. It's just that we do have limited time, but thank you for that example. It does illustrate the.
Okay, I just looked at I was instructed to facilitate, and I had two groups against each other. We got them together, we discussed it, and we found a solution for everything, all of them, and where they differed. We made a small note. The general feeling is A, but defense was still just and
Mr. Senator, I'm very sorry to interrupt you, but thanks for that example. It's a good example of the dispute resolution role that the Secretariat played. But what I want to put to you arising from this paragraph 2.4 is that it's a concession that the state did carry out eliminations.
What is being put to you is that this is a confession, this paragraph, which says that we will function as a clearinghouse for interdepartmental conflicts, and it's a confession that the state carried out elimination.
No, never ever. We just brought the people together. As I've just said, two different groups of departments opposing each other. We get them together, discuss and decide what is in the interest of South Africa, and come to a conclusion, get all the departments to cooperate. That is the idea of facilitate, not anything else.
Yes, I think you're describing the clearinghouse for interdepartmental conflicts. I'm focusing on the second line. It lacked the machinery, mandate and equipment to carry out physical operations such as arrests or eliminations. So your department was not carrying out arrests or eliminations. There were other executive departments dealing with that.
No. We were only 7 staff members, and we could work out strategic plans and so on. We never acted. We could never execute anything.
The question is
whether... I must point out the fact that this matter is concerned with physical operations which involve killings. This does not say or imply that was ever considered or approved at this particular level.
I don't think that's the question. The question is whether is this a concession that other functionaries, another functionary, different functionary from this, would carry out arrests and eliminations.
That never.
Well, Mr. Stemit, I must in fairness put it to you that we will be submitting to this court that is precisely what happened.
With respect, my lady, what this says is that we couldn't do it. and we didn't do it. We couldn't have done it. That's what it said.
And to add to that, we had no executive powers whatsoever, and we could only get the partners like said about the issue of Zimbabwe, to get people together to make a plan that things can proceed. But
yes, I think that much is understood, but what is being put to you is that whilst you mandated the equipment to carry out arrests and eliminations, some other functionary was ordered would do that, yes.
Only if it concerns communication. That was what we worked on. Only communication, not executive.
Anything. Milady, just a word of caution, and we appreciate the assistance that Mr. Hughes is providing. But I think Mr. Hughes has to be careful that he doesn't cross the line of giving evidence himself. But let me move on.
I was objecting to what my legitimate objection. I wasn't giving evidence.
Thank you.
Let's move on. On paragraph 2.6, you say that during June of 1985, you were the head of the Strategic Communication Branch, and that you were also administration responsible for training and state security matters of government employees. So within the Secretariat, you were involved, as I understand it, in those two specific branches.
The same branch, but the training division fell on me. According to law, the Civil Service Commission is responsible for the training of government officials. So we could give lectures about strategic communication, about methods, because I had 7 people there, experts, each one of them who could give lectures about communication. So we worked together, we were not allowed to have courses on our own among the government officials, but we worked through the training section of the Commission for Administration.
Thank you. Let's move on in your statement, if I can take you to your paragraph 4.2. And you make reference to a meeting that you attended together with General van Rensburg of the Secretariat and Mr. Jaap Strydom from the Department of Education. And in that paragraph, when you're dealing with teachers such as Goniwe and Calata, you mentioned that the security police objected and that Strydom was of the opinion that the security police would never agree to their reappointment in Cradock.
That's right.
Am I not right in saying that there were also objections to the reappointment from the side of the military, the SADF?
The military, no. I don't know. I never had their opinion about the military.
June signal. This is a signal dated the 23rd of May 1985. And in the cross-examination bundle at item 16, page 460, There's an English translation at 461.
Another page is right there.
Yes, it's at item 16 of the bundle at page 460. There's a copy of the signal in Afrikaans. And then at 461, there's an English translation. Do you have it?
Will you be referring us to the English translation?
I think it would be most convenient to refer to the English translation. And if there's a mistake, please point it out. So this is a signal from OPGBS, so that's Eastern Province JMC. It's dated 23 May 1985, and the heading is personally from Brigadier van der Westhuizen to Lieutenant General van Deventer, or Major General van Rensburg. Mr. Stemit, you will recall that Brigadier van Westhuizen was the officer commanding of EP Command, so he was an SABC.
And he died last week.
Sorry, did you get that?
The answer was yes, and he died last week.
To the best of our knowledge, he hasn't died, but there was another general who died, and that was Gerrit Erasmus, who was a former police general.
From Johannesburg.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. And we've checked with his legal representative. As far as he's aware, his client is still alive. In any event, as you can see from the face of the signal, it was to deal with the situation at black schools in the Eastern Cape region. And if I can draw your attention to paragraph 3, the meeting unanimously decided that the following recommendations with regard to above-mentioned matters should urgently be brought to the attention of the Secretariat, the State Security Council, and also for execution by the affected ministers before 25 May 85. I'm only going to focus on the first recommendation at A, that Goniwe and Calata should under no circumstances ever be appointed in any post in the Department of Education and Training. So
that is obviously an input by the police.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
That's an input by the police.
That is obviously an input by the police.
Well, in fact, the signal is from Brigadier van der Westhuizen, who wasn't a police officer. He was a military officer in charge of Eastern Province Command.
Yeah, and he was also in charge of the management center.
Yes, he was the head of the Joint Management Center.
Yeah, they're all the regional heads together.
And while we're dealing with this particular meeting, let's take a look at some of the people who were present at that JMC meeting at Eastern Cape Province Command on 23 May 1985. The lady that's in the same bundle at page 398. And there is a list in the minutes of the meeting. There's a list of people who were present. It's a very long list, so we won't go through everybody, but perhaps we can just look at the first few names.
You see 398.
Page 398 of L6. My team will just confirm that.
Yes, thank you for that.
So those present included Brigadier van der Westhuizen from the SADF.
A moment, we're not there yet.
Oh, you're not there? Okay, we'll wait.
Neither am I incidental. Is it 399?
390 says,
I beg your pardon, I'm told it's 383. I'm told the Afrikaans version is at 383, and I believe the English version is at 398. Okay, so
we don't have the major with the okay, we've got the list of the names of the people who were present. Thank you.
okay, so just to give Mr. Stemit a sense of who was present at that meeting, it was Brigadier van der Westhuizen as chairman from the SADF. It was Brigadier Rousseau from the SAPV, and I assume the V means Veiligheidsdag, security branch. Brigadier Schnettler, SASP. I have to say I'm not 100% sure what SASP stands for. Colonel Lamont of the SADF, Captain Willie of the SADF, Lieutenant Colonel Snyman of the SAP, Commandant du Plessis of the SADF, and I'm assuming that's Colonel Lawrence du Plessis, who assisted with the 7 June signal. And just for the record, Mr. Galvin of National Intelligence Service was also present. So I want to put it to you, Mr. Stemit, that those who, according to the 23 May signal, were unanimously in agreement that Goniwe and Calata should, under those circumstances.
Why didn't my learned friend say that they were unanimously in agreement? The signal simply conveyed the decision.
Yes, Mr. Valley.
Yeah.
Where do you get that there was the unanimity?
Well, that's in paragraph 3. My English translation says the meeting unanimously decided that the Afrikaans is die vergadering het eenparig besluit.
Yeah, paragraph 3 says the minutes. Which document are you referring to? Because the paragraph 3 of the minute says the minutes of the previous meeting.
I'm referring to the signal at page 460 of the bundle. I preface my question by making reference to the signal at page 460, with the translation of 461.
It's the brigadier to the generals. Is that the one that says the unanimous decision?
Paragraph 3 of the signal says die vergadering het eenparig besluit dat die volgende aanbevelingen dringend onder die aandag van die SSWR gebring moet word en ook vir die deurvoering aan die betrokke ministers voor 25 Mei. So we're dealing with the signal here.
Yeah, no, we understand now, but we have to know that in the meeting of which we have subsequently to the minute that it says it was unanimous, but there's nothing else on it.
With respect, Mhlauli, I have put the questions I'm referring to the signal.
Yes, I think what Mr. Hughes is saying is that they now understand.
Oh, he now understands. Okay. All right. So
thank you, Mhlauli.
Now that we're all on the same page, the signal says the meeting unanimously decided the following recommendations, and A being that Goniwe and Calata should undergo. There were a mix of people at that meeting, including both SADF and SAP individuals. So that recommendation, which appears on the face of that signal, was coming from both the SADF and SAP representatives at the JMC meeting. Do you concede that?
I did not receive all the minutes of all 9 JMCs. So not have the time to read all of them. And this one I've never read.
Yes. I'm simply
Possibly, perhaps one of my 7 staff members, and perhaps this one would have gone to the to the section, the General Barend or Galvin, who was in charge of JNCs.
Yes, but
I never saw.
sorry, but be that as it may, sorry, Mr. Esteban, but be that as it may, this is what is reflected on this document, on this signal, on this signal. You confirm that?
Yes. I've never seen that.
Yes. It's just, I had to put that to you, Mr. Stemit, because you had said that proposal had come from the police, and I was just putting it to you that in fact it came from more than just the police, it came from others as well.
So I can see in the language that's obviously political language.
All right, we'll move on.
Sorry, maybe it, another friend would assist the witness if he were to say exactly what did Mr. Stemit say in this regard.
I just did precisely that, Mr. Hughes. I said I had to put the signal to him because he said that proposal only came from the police. And I believe he's now conceded that it came from more than just the police.
Well, I said, if I look at the language, I can see from whom it came. But what is complained and what the minutes complained, I don't know. I did not receive all the minutes, and I never had the time to read all the documents emanating from the agencies.
Let's turn to paragraph 4.5 of your statement. And let me read the relevant passage to you. The file contained the signal regarding their permanent removal from society was also marked out to me. The reason for this being that the training division fell under my authority. Officials of the South African Defence Force were notorious for their forceful and sometimes crude language. Words such as remove, eliminate, destroy, etc. were frequently used. I instructed that this be addressed in all training courses. So is it your evidence, Mr. Stemit, that the only reason why that signal came across your address, your desk rather, was for purposes of training?
That was the only reason. Because the other 2 generals, their division, they hadn't the matter. I only had the interview because I gave strict instructions, this type of language, for years and years, because I simply hate this type of language. And I instructed them not to do it worse like that. And the reason is that I told them that one day in future it will give us problems like it is now.
So
that is the only reason why I just marked in there. Otherwise, I had nothing to do with it.
So, Mr. Stemit, when you see words in documents such as eliminate and destroy, for most readers, that would mean, if you're talking about individuals, when you read words such as eliminate and destroy, that means kill. Would you agree?
When you see words like eliminate and destroy being used with reference to people, that means kill. Would you agree?
No, not. That's exactly the point I made. Don't use words like that because it could be interpreted as killing people. We will look for communication, not killing people.
So if eliminate does not mean kill, what does it mean when you see them in official documents?
I don't know what he meant, but as I say that words like that, uithaal, verwijder, disanimeer, dramatic word, typical military language which is not suitable when you work a civilian. I was very strict about it, and everybody, all the branches knew that if something like that come across their desk, they must refer it to me because I will get help, I will give it to the training people to stop this type of language.
Well, Mr. Stemit, I must put it to you, I'm not disputing that you encourage your colleagues not to use such language, but I'm putting it to you that on the probabilities, you are not being truthful when you submit to this court that eliminate and destroy uithaal does not mean kill.
You're not being on the proper probability. You are not being truthful when you say that words like eliminate and destroy does not mean kill.
That is why I wanted it to be eliminated from our documents.
Well, I must advise you, Mr. Stemit, that we will be submitting to this court when we make our submissions that on this score, on those words, you are not being truthful. But we can move on.
Have you perhaps try and clear this up? I know this is unusual methodology, but we're also not in prosecuting anyone. This is an inquest, and my sense of the matter is that Dr. Wood is saying, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, and you can take me to this if you want, is that he didn't like these words being used, these words of which the military were found being used, because they can create precisely what you're suggesting with, and that is that normally they would mean what you say.
Mr. Hughes is giving evidence again.
No. Yes, I think all that said to say that, Mr. Hughes. Yes, Mr. Representative.
Let's move to paragraph 5 of your statement, Mr. Stemit, titled The Goniwe Matter and the Galvin Task Group. And just to remind you, I'm going to read to you your paragraphs 5.1 and 5.2 before I put my question. In June 1985, my involvement with the Matthew Goniwe matter was limited to administrative efforts regarding his potential reappointment as a teacher to stabilize local schools. And 5.2, on 13 June 1985, I signed Stratcom guidelines intended to manage public perception. These were formal administrative directives and were entirely disconnected from operational security acts. So my question to you, Mr. Stemit, is your role was confined to administrative efforts. You were not involved on the operational security side, which was a separate track. And am I right in saying that you did not know what was going on in relation to security operations with respect to Mr. Goniwe?
No, definitely not. I agree with you. I never even thought about it. As a matter of fact, myself and my colleagues were in favor of the reappointment of those gentlemen.
Yes. And on that score, if we can turn to paragraph 6.2, where you're now dealing with the June 7 signal, as you describe it in quotes, the death signal. And at 6.2, you say, I wish to state categorically that this signal was not integrated into the formal Galvin Task Group proceedings. It was never tabled for formal consideration or discussion in any official SSRC structure or committee meeting of which I was aware. Now, it's your evidence that you were confined to administrative efforts, but am I right in saying that there were other branches of the Secretariat that dealt with security matters? So, for example, and correct me if I'm wrong, there were at least 4 branches of the State Security Council. There was the Interpretation Branch, Stratcom, where you were based, and then lastly, the Administrative Branch. And then there were other committees, for example, the Coordinating Intelligence Committee called KRK, and the Counter-Revolutionary Intelligence Task Team, sometimes called TREVIT. So we were talking about quite a substantial organization, were we not?
That's it now went to General Conference. And he marked it out to me because of my hatred of that type of language. The two of us decided to appoint General Galvin, but we gave him no documents. I think we thought it was very important that the two parties should come there and they could give written representations to him, but usually they came there without any notes and so on. And in this case, it would have been the security police and education and training. And I did not give them the signal, and I'm quite sure that Barend did not give it. They did not have, Galvin did not have it. He wanted to facilitate between the two. He did not need the signal.
Well, I want to put it to you, Mr. Stemit, that given your particular role in the Secretariat, being administrative efforts within Stratcom and the administrative branch, that you would branch and the various intelligence structures might have dealt with that signal. You simply wouldn't know.
No. Why would they?
What is being asked of you, or suggested put to you, is that you would not know. There were a couple which might have been identified, would have dealt with the signal. That's what it was.
No, I don't know how they would have dealt with the signal, but only from mentality and the artificial. And so I knew what was. But my husband already had the signal with the Australian police case at the joint with the intelligence group.
Yes, but the fact remains, and I'm indebted to Mr. Eugene for clarifying it for you, but the fact remains, you simply don't know whether the signal went to these other branches or not.
No, I don't know. I don't know, but I don't think it went to because the other branches had nothing to do with things like this.
But how can you say that the other branches would have nothing to do? Well, for example, as I mentioned, there, it wasn't just Stratcom and the admin branch, there was the strategy branch, the National Intelligence Interpretation branch, the Coordination of Intelligence Committee, the Counter-Revolutionary Intelligence Task Team. You simply wouldn't know because you were only involved in administrative efforts.
The administrative branch would obviously would have no interest. The branch National Interpretation, they work with the daily intelligence coming in. They would have nothing to do. That is the other one. Cook was not part of the system. Never part.
And have you?
There was no other branch interested in matters like this?
Now, have heard of a branch by the name of Trevitz. In Afrikaans, teen revolutionaire inligting taakspan.
Counter-revolutionary task team.
No, I don't know. It's not one of our teams.
Yes. No, I'm not suggesting it was one of your teams. I've tried to make that as clear as possible. But it does seem that it was part of the wider State Security Council. It was one of the structures.
No, it was never part of the security system.
Right.
What we had at Cradock was a sub JMC. You had for the region in Port Elizabeth, you had the JMC, then you had the sub JMC, that is for the bigger towns and surrounding towns, and then
Yes.
you get the minutes.
Yes, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think ourselves in the court are very familiar with the National Security Management System. But I simply want to put it to you that there is an allegation before this court that J, and it was formed in 1985 to identify targets for action and elimination.
That was never part of the security management system. What was it? I don't know.
All right, let's move on. Now, at paragraph 6.4, you have said the following: the existence of this signal outside the formal Galvin task group suggests that it led to the assassination. No, rather, suggests that if it led to the assassinations, it did so through a parallel informal line function involving the security police bypassing the state security, the Secretariat of the SSC administrative oversight entirely.
This says the existence of this signal outside the formal Galvin task group, as the one activity suggests that if it led to the assassinations, if the signal led to the assassinations, it did so through a parallel, informal and unquote, line function, unquote, involving the security police bypassing Secretariat of the
But I think that this is obviously what happened. Bypassed because we were still working on the reappointment of the people, and they were killed. And that is why I say in my statement, we were very, very unhappy.
Yes, but what I want to put to you is that the operation to murder the Cradock Four was not by the Secretariat. It was rather under security operation oversight, of which you were not privy to.
Tell them that it did not work in the system. Never part of the system.
But that is where we disagree, Mr. Stemit, because I'm putting it to you that the decision to murder the Cradock Four was part of the system. It was under oversight, under security oversight.
But it was not in the security, it was not part of the security management system. Because the security management system cannot be executive, carry out executive duties. That was simply a police matter, murder, and I still say they should be charged.
All right, let's move on and let's deal with the Galvin affidavit. which is from paragraph 7 onwards. And you say in your statement, so I'm just trying to find my English translation of the Galvin statement. All right, so you rely heavily on the Galvin statement. Can I just check? You mentioned that Mr. Galvin passed away around September of last year. You mentioned that you got the statement shortly before he passed away. Are we talking a few weeks before he passed away, a few months? Do you have a recollection?
Yeah, it was a few months before he died.
All right, so it would have been during the course of 2025, in the months leading up to September.
Yes. Yes.
Now let's take a look at Mr. Galvin's statement. And he in turn relies on a meeting of the Eastern Province JMC that was held around June of 1985 to discuss the security situation. That's at paragraph 8 of Mr. Galvin's statement. We have looked for a record of that particular meeting. And we have not been able to find a record of a JMC meeting taking place around June of 1985.
I've not been able to find a record of a meeting around June of 1985. This time the Galvin said, at a meeting around 1985. We put to that my colleague, and they were assisting, could not find a record of such a meeting. But there's no question, that's just what he said.
No, yeah, I thought that there was a meeting before the signal came. But I'm not sure. I did not read it.
Yes. Well, let me take you through those meetings, but just bear in mind that given that Mr. Galvin is saying that June 1985 had its genesis in this previous meeting at which the regional head of education and training, a certain doctor who you can't remember his surname, introduced this discussion. That's at paragraph 10, and he then submitted the proposal that the 2 teachers must be permanently removed from society. And it was on that proposal that Mr. Galvin alleges that Brigadier Joffel van der Westhuizen was relying on in the signal that he authorized on the 7th of June 1985. So with that context...
we are confused because what Mr. Galvin says is that meeting it was proposed that the removal means that they must be removed from wherever and placed at a distant place, like Winnie Mandela was placed with Rock.
Yes, Mr. Bani.
Yes, all right. Well, let's. I was paraphrasing the translation of Mr. Galvin's statement, but let's just read it into the record. 2 names in particular were highlighted, namely Calata and Goniwe. Paragraph 10. The regional head of education and training, a doctor in brackets, I unfortunately cannot remember his surname, introduced the discussion and at the end submitted the proposal that the 2 teachers would be permanently removed from society. Paragraph 11. To a question by the chairperson, Brigadier Joffel van der Westhuizen, as to what is meant by permanently removal from the community, although I understand that should be changed to society. He answered, just as Winnie Mandela was permanently removed from Soweto at the time and moved to Brandfort in the Free State. So we then searched for a JMC meeting at which that took place. And I'd like to take you to the meetings that we did find around June of 1985. And in fact, we went back to March of 1985. Let's start with the JMC meeting of 28 March 1985. That's in the bundle L6, the current bundle, at page 376. I believe that would be the English translation. We'll get you the original page number.
My other friend is going to suggest to the witness, and I'm trying to assist you, that they couldn't find minutes which reflect what Mr. Galvin says. They will accept that.
All right, well, I'm indebted to, just to assist the court, the meetings that we do have on record include the JMC meetings of 28 March 1985. We could find no reference to that kind of information being discussed. We should point out that at item 7 in that meeting, in the minutes, the school situation was discussed, but that the teachers were refusing to accept the new posts, apparently under the influence of Matthew Goniwe. And then the next meeting of the JMC on 23 May 1985, we've already made reference to this meeting. The English translation is in the same bundle at 398. The closest we could get to was item 7 again, school situation, paragraph 16, page 409. Certain classes have been cancelled at Lingashila and Cradock. It is still being insisted that Goniwe and Calata be reinstated. Now, Mr. Galvin did attend those meetings. We looked at all the June meetings that might have been relevant, and these included the JOC meeting of 7 June 1985, held in page 49. Those facts are also not reflected there, but importantly, Mr. Galvin did not attend those 3 June meetings. At least his name does not appear in the list of attendees. So that's the problem we have, Mr. Stemit. The only information in which it is alleged training submitted the proposal that the 2 teachers be permanently removed from society. The only place where it appears is in this 2020 statement of Mr. Galvin. That's the problem we have.
Do you have any comments there too?
I couldn't find any minutes of meetings which confirmed the answer. Yes, as I said earlier,
Just to repeat that for us, please. We didn't get it.
The same says, as he said this morning, unfortunately we can't ask him.
And my team have done a search for all the available documents and records, particularly those before the Sicelo inquest. And they've searched for the words permanent removal. And outside of the 7 June 1985 signal, permanent removal anywhere outside that particular signal. You accept that?
Do you accept that my little friend Steve, my research were permanent removal outside of Kenya, they will take everything, including I couldn't find records where permanent removal. Do you accept that? Will you comment on that? No. So the witness accepts that, he doesn't want to comment.
And then we also did a search for any recommendation around banning or banishment. And we want to refer Mr. Stemit to a document that has already been referred to by Mr. Stemit himself in one of his statements before the Sicelo inquest dated 18 November 1992. That's at page 11 to 13 of the bundle. And Mr. Stemit made reference to this document from the Commissioner of Police. It says the Commissioner stroke Minister of Police. It's a memorandum. It's dated 1985. Matthew Goniwe, Swakman, Onavesa, Cradock. It's at page 412 of the bundle. It's at item 17.
This is it. This is it. We're there. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. So, the options of a banning or banishment under the Internal Security Act was considered in this very substantial document. I'm not going to take you through it. It's way too big. But what I want to point out to you is that is the date of this document. It's 25 June of 1985. So it could not have been used prior to 7th of June 1985 when the signal was sent. This could not have been the document that Mr. Galvin was referring to, given this was now towards the end of the month, only 2 days before the murders. Do you agree?
Do you agree that this document, what this is internal departmental memorandum to the Commission and the Minister that the 25 June 1985, I would say this to you, this is date. The document could not have been used prior to the signal informed. 25 June. That was alteration. Do you agree with my yes. The witness agrees with my statement.
Thank you. And in any event, the recommendation made in this document of a banning order, but not a banning order that would have resulted in the removal of Mr. Goniwe to some faraway location. I want to refer you to page 447 of the bundle.
Before you continue, my lady, have a look at the recommendation. No idea what that is.
Yes, and that's why I'm referring you to this particular page, because I'm going to read the recommendation.
No, but are you taking us to the recommendation?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's page 447, it's the English translation, paragraphs 19 and 20. So it's the last page of the memo. You can see that it's from Commissioner P.J. Kutsia, who at the time I believe was Commissioner of Police. It reads as follows. The other alternative is the possibility of a banning in accordance with Article 19 to 21, that would be the Internal Security Act, in Cradock or elsewhere. And here's the line I want to emphasize. In this case, a banning somewhere else would produce mostly the rotten apple result. In other words, another area is activated. Paragraph 20. A banning in Cradock, and then also a B banning, Mhlauli, a B class banning would be restricting the individual in question to his or her home between 1800 hours and 0600 hours. So banning in Cradock and then also a B banning seems to be the most appropriate set under the circumstances. If his actions meet the requirements of the Act, which will have to be determined by the Director of Security Legislation. So even the police, Mr. Stemit, were not recommending a banning or banishment to a faraway location. Let me see that.
I'm going to have to take my time, but I will do it. Obviously, so you can hear it correctly. If I'm not doing it, you will have to explain to the Senate what it is that we want to department. This is, as I've said, in 2019, to the Commissioner, to the Minister, recommending one of two things. Class B, banishment, to the substance as subsequent to that misses, we formulated the recommendation of the appointment which we started earlier. This is now the advising minister, but the advising minister. But two objects. One is class B, the category B, banishment and pattern, or a reappointment as a teacher. And then they comment on that. And what my other friend is pushing with, not even at the level of police, was the removal to a different town recommended. Do you have a comment on that? No.
All right, then finally on Mr. Galvin's statement, he says at paragraph 13, the Secretary of the JMC, Barend du Plessis, undertook to forward the recommendation by the Regional Head of Education and Training to the State Security Council without delay. I must put it to you, Mr. Stemit, we also looked for any reference to that allegation and could not find it anywhere in the record. I didn't quite hear that.
The statement accepts that if you can't find it, you can't find it. We shall not explain that or comment.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Stemit, can I get your response to the finding of Judge Zietsman in the Zietsman inquest that the permanent removal signal was a proposal to kill those identified in the signal?
No, I don't agree
as the court pleases. Now, Mr. Stemit, I want to put to you a statement made by a security branch officer by the name of Jaap van Jaarsveld. Mr. Jaap van Jaarsveld applied for amnesty for his role in scoping out the most appropriate way to eliminate Mr. Goniwe and Mr. Calata. And in his amnesty transcript, and maybe this is not part of the bundle, but it is in volume D, at page 1049. It's the amnesty transcript of Mr. van Jaarsveld, the 2nd of June 1998. Jaarsveld was asked by Mr. Bezos, I believe it was, for his views on the discussions, the extensive discussions on the reappointment of Mr. Goniwe. I can just come back to what we talked about earlier on, and disinformation, government's propaganda. It could have been the decision that to kill Goniwe had already been taken, and they went through the steps as a smokescreen, as a disinformation propaganda process, saying that the government has got nothing to do with it. What's your response to Mr. van Jaarsveld suggesting that the discussions on the reinstatement were a smokescreen?
To be honest with you, very honest. Van Jaarsveld served with us for another year. He was incompetent. He was a junior, very junior police officer. He sent him back to the police. The information here, he got from his wife. He himself was not capable enough to let anything happen. I will ignore this insult.
So, would you be disagreeing with Mr. van Jaarsveld?
No, not
would you be disagreeing?
Pardon?
Would you be disagreeing with him?
Yeah, I'm disagreeing with him, and he was in no position to make that statement. He had no information about the matter.
Well, I must put it to you that on the probabilities, we will be submitting to this court that Mr. Galvin, in his statement of 2020, in relation to the source of the permanent removal from society, we will be submitting that that was a fabrication. Your response?
I don't know. I've known Galvin, and he was not the type of person who would fabricate anything.
We will be submitting, given that there isn't a whisper anywhere else in the documentation, that reinforces our view that Mr. Galvin fabricated that version.
Well, they would be submitting that based on the fact that they can't find anything that supports it, or the state that Mr. Galvin fabricated. Do you want to comment on that?
No, Galvin never fabricated, but if you cannot find any documents confirming his appointment, just leave it. I can't comment on why he made a statement and on the contents of it.
We will also be submitting to this court that while we don't doubt the sincerity of the Department of Education and Training officials who were seeking the reinstatement of Mr. Goniwe, but we will argue that on the from the perspective of the security officials, that their involvement in relation to the reappointment of Mr. Goniwe, that was a smokescreen to put up a paper trail of plausible deniability. Do you wish to respond to that?
The reappointment aspect of the matter was a smokescreen to basically hide the reality.
I see you are quoting my article. I deny it.
Okay.
The article was not capable enough or competent enough to make a statement like that.
All right. Let's move on, because it is. Now, it does appear, Mr. Stemit, that you are of the view that the killings of the Cradock Four was a private frolic, in particular the Port Elizabeth security branch.
I think it was security branch in Port Elizabeth, and it's high time that they are charged.
So, on that score, we're certainly in agreement. My question to you, if the police in Port Elizabeth, in particular the security branch, if they acted without authority from national state security structures, in other words, they would have brazenly defied the process taking place in the State Security Council, one would have expected them to have been disciplined, reprimanded, or maybe even charged. Do you agree?
Say about that. If they defied the process, if they have defied the process, the local security branch, then one would have expected them to be disciplined.
Yes, of course, I said that. I would have thought if I had the government, I was sure of my case, I would have prosecuted whoever are guilty. And say again, they should have, if they are guilty of an offense, they should be charged, and they should have been charged long ago. Years, and not great years to like nowadays.
And yet, Mr. Stemit, there's no record whatsoever of any discussion about taking action against so-called wayward activities of the security branch and the police.
I wouldn't record about the wayward conduct of the security.
Yes. So, in conclusion, Mr. Stemit, and perhaps before I put my last assertion to you, I want to thank you for lasting this long. For a man of your age, we greatly appreciate you staying the course. But I want to put it, the operation to murder the Cradock Four was in fact authorized at a national level and was not a private frolic of the police in Port Elizabeth.
Yeah, but then I comment on that is that the state security, the national security management system was never ever involved. They could not give instructions for murder at all. The State Security Council had no executive powers. We had the Secretariat, had no executive powers. So we could not give instructions to kill people or not kill people and things like that.
Yes, but it's also your evidence, Mr. Stemit, that you were only involved in administrative oversight And in your evidence earlier this afternoon, you conceded that you did not have knowledge of security operations taking place in other sections of the State Security Council or the Secretariat. So you simply don't know.
I didn't know, I did not agree. I asked you to which branch are you referring? But now you are changing my words. There was no other branch, there was no branch at the State Security Council who could give any orders or who would take any decisions about removing people permanently from a society. Not one of them.
Well, we did speak about the various branches. I'm not going to repeat that evidence. Mhlauli, we have no further questions.
No questions.
No, not from our side. I respectfully remind you that Mr. Sillier is still online. We may forget about him being virtual.
All right. Can you get Mr. Sillier on the line? Does he appear to be
Mhlauli?
Yes. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Sillier, was that you?
Lady, may I speak on behalf of Mr. Sillier? We have very bad reception, but we do not have any.
I could just come in now. Sorry, my reception isn't that bad, but I confirm that we haven't got questions for Mr. Steve.
Mr. De Meyer.
Mr. De Meyer?
I have no questions. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone on living couch? It doesn't look like. Thank you. Mr. Stemit?
May I respectfully remind your ladyship, can I continue?
Yes, you may continue, Mr. Hughes.
I respectfully remind your ladyship of the fact that we were appointed at a very late stage, had little time to prepare, and I would ask for, and we have learned as we went, even this afternoon. May I ask for a little bit of leeway when I be directed with it? I won't be long, and it will be effectively I understand for 9 months to okay. Firstly, Mr. Stemit, you appointed a position
Yeah, it's coming. What is it?
what you perceive as a dispute. You appointed a committee to resolve different approaches by principally the police and the Department of Education and Training what should be done in connection with Cradock, Mr. Goniwe and Calata. That is correct. But I said, I'm sorry, our gentleman is appointed this committee. And this committee was chaired by General Galvin. And General Galvin reported to you, according to your evidence, that he was 95% on the road to an agreement between the two departments. Is that correct? That is correct. And then you have written a letter, you can't recall having written that letter, but in which it is recommended, am I correct, that they be reappointed? Yes, that's correct. And then you've been referred by my learned friend to a departmental letter of the Department of Education and Training, in which it was recommended to the Minister that they be reappointed. That's correct. We have now been directed by my learned friend to a
South African police memorandum recommending to the minister at a very late stage, literally hours before they were killed, recommending to the minister that they either be banished or that they be reappointed. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I'm totally against banishment.
And I then say to you, before the ministerial decision, you've seen the comment, the written comment on the first document I referred you to. Before a ministerial decision could be taken by the Minister of Education and Training, and one be taken by the Minister of Police, what is now known as the Cradock Four were killed.
Yes.
There is therefore no decision at the highest level in police that they recorded that they be killed, nor is there clearly not one at the Department of Education and Training. The two departments are at idem that reappointment is an option, and the one department considers banishment to be a secondary or another option.
That is correct.
But before the decisions could be taken at ministerial level in respect of these recommendations, the gentlemen were murdered.
That is correct.
Does that not suggest to you that the people who killed them were on a frolic of their own?
I agree with you, and I read the documents you gave me last night about the Stratcom organization run by McPherson, then I can understand it. They were a lot of murderers on their own, and some of them are still alive, and I think they should be jailed.
If I may move on, my lady, and I'm almost done. You referred to paragraph 2.4, the SSRC function of clearing out for departmental conflict. It lacks the machinery, mandate and equipment to carry out physical operations such as arrests or eliminations. I understand to suggest to you that that's an acknowledgement or admission that arrests or eliminations could be resorted to, but that you simply, your section simply did not have the capacity to perform elimination. I ask you this. Would you have allowed or tolerated a committee appointed by you to mediate between two parties decide to carry out an elimination?
Never, never, ever, never. Again, I'm relying on your relying career. I prefer to live in that respect. If you do not defend, you should be job. And I think I have a lot of experience on that, and that is still my attitude. And I do not like it at all. What is happening in this country now, that guilty people are running around for 10 years and long. They should be prosecuted, and the guilty people here should still be prosecuted.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions. I express my appreciation for your input.
Thank you, Mr. Kenneth. Mr. Stemit, you do, however, bear in mind the proposition that was made to you, that all that talk about reinstatement and banishment was a smoke screen.
That was a smoke screen was by Van Jaarveld, and I say that Van Jaarveld was not competent to make statements like that.
Okay.
He had no knowledge, he did not have sufficient knowledge to make statements like that.
Okay, are you done?
I'm done. Thank you very much.
All right. for having come to court to tell us what you know about the matter. Someone whose name I'm not going to mention had indicated that you were elderly or you're of advanced age, and I beg to differ with those.
You have held on very well. You are a young man. Very energetic, very energetic.
Kept us busy the whole day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my lady.
Could you just
We can end to business of the day.
Well, tomorrow again is the witness will be testifying by video link. If you can start at 10 again tomorrow.
Okay, let me tell 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Online.